So hello, today we're doing a little bit of game testing on the M4 Mac Mini. So a bit of a blast from the past, but I have a sponsorship which I'm going to be doing featuring this new Ugreen dock for the M4 Mac Mini, hence why I am revisiting it today. So we're going to be testing out some gaming on this, and I also got my Steam controller as well, which I haven't actually tried using on the Mac yet. I'm quite keen to try it out. And of course, if you have any requests, then I am taking requests for gaming tests on this M4 Mac Mini, which was surprisingly hard to source because M4 Mac Minis are like gold dust now. People are buying them up for local AI usage, development, etc. And you won't find stock of that base model, which doesn't exist anymore because Apple removed the base tier, the $600 or $599 version, which had 256 gigabytes of RAM, and the minimum tier is now 512. So basically, that's what we're testing out today. So let me just see. Can I get my About This Mac up and running? Yeah. So I'm just going to show you which one I've got. Let me just turn this off. Okay, yeah. So that's the HDMI stream view. This is the 10-core GPU, 16 gigabyte RAM version of the M4 Mac Mini. I'm still surprised that it's not. We don't have a refresh of this yet because it's been quite a long time that we haven't actually managed to refresh this game, this particular hardware configuration. I'm sure the M5 Mac Mini is going to come out this summer or something like that, but hopefully we'll see something soon anyway. Yeah, 10-core GPUs. So let's have a look, just double check. We can see here, system report under graphics. This is the 10-core GPU version. So that's the minimum core count. The only other desktop Mac hardware with the M4 chip, which has less than that, is the base iMac, which only has 8 GPU cores. And we're just going to do some game testing on here. So the premise of the video is basically going to be, can we turn this into like a gaming machine or gaming console? Can I make this into a gaming rig? And, people are quite surprised, such a tiny package, right? 10 M4 Mac Mini, no longer the cheapest Mac hardware you can buy. That's the MacBook Neo, but this is like way more performant than the MacBook Neo. So I'm happy to like test this out. So yeah, I can do RE9, but you would need to super chat me. Otherwise, I'm probably not going to cover it. I've got a bunch of things that I'm going to do today. I'm also going to just, I have a contractual obligation to publish this video. So I'm going to publish my Parallels video now. So if you want to help me out, make sure to watch the video that I'm just clicking publish on right now. And then, yeah, that's going to go. So yeah, hello, Atelier Chowdhury. You always come to my streams. It's the goated Uncle Andy. Yoda Jedi 01, 10-core GPU, yes. Play Mac 546. Welcome to the stream. Thank you. Uncle for college, would you suggest an M5 MacBook Pro 14-inch or the M5 Max Mac Studio? I mean, if you are university, Apple Silicon is probably personally, I think Apple Silicon is best used as a portable machine. That's where its efficiency really shines. So yeah, I would my go-to is like an M5 Pro MacBook Pro 14-inch. That's my go-to. I would have bought that if I could sell my M3 Max, but I have a problem with my M3 Max 16-inch MacBook Pro trying to sell that. Thank you very much, Yaroslav, for that. Okay, yeah, I'll do RE9. Let's do RE9 again. Okay, so in order to do Resident Evil 9, we're going to run crossover. I'm going to get this up and running. That's fine. Yeah, I'll take it. Yeah, take it. Thank you very much. Let's do some Resident Evil 9. So if anyone got any particular requests, then make sure to mention to give me a super chat, and I'll take care of that. Let's do Resident Evil 9. Think of buying Lego Batman Legacy. Oh, does that come out today? No, it comes out tomorrow, right? When does Lego Batman come out? That's tomorrow. Yeah, so you're going to try this, but you don't know if the Mac crossover. So no one's. I don't have a review code of that game, so I can't really test it personally. But it'd be really interesting to see. I will test it out on Friday when things come out. You'll donate if you do it. Yes, I will do it as a matter of course. I'll try to test out any like really big games that do come out, and try to cover anything like with high interest. So I will do that anyway. You don't have to donate for that. I can't do it right now because the game's not out yet. Okay, so I'm just gonna get my NAS up and running so that I can load up this game without having to do any nonsense with let's see. Don't want to download it because it's very boring downloading games. Can try Ghost of Tsushima. I mean, I've tried. If you're at all curious about um, M4 Mac Mini, I've done quite a few videos on the M4 Mac Mini. I probably tested out Ghost of Tsushima last time. I made the video more than a year ago now, so you can probably see that there. So the M4 Mac Mini is like relatively old now. We're talking 2024, which is when this hardware came out. So you should probably check out that video. It's still very relevant. Of course, a lot of new games have come out since then, but the performance hasn't really increased for the games that I tested. Have you played Papers, Please? I know of it. I think I might own that game, but I haven't really played it. I plan to do it. I've read a lot about Papers, Please, but I haven't really read much, if you know what I mean. I haven't really played it properly. You've got to try out Oblivion Remastered. I have done a stream on Oblivion Remastered back in the day, so you can check that out. Okay, so the advantage of adding my NAS is that I have several terabytes of games installed on it. So this is going to appear in a moment. Resident Evil Requiem. This should turn white in a second once the external drive has been picked up properly. For some reason, it's being a bit slow, even though I'm on a 2.5 gigabit Ethernet connection. Let's check that. Should be 2.5 gigabit or my Ethernet slot. Yeah, that's it. Okay, so let's try pressing play. We're running this with MSync DLSS turned on. Nope, doesn't look like that. Oh, we need to download the, yeah, every new install needs the Steamworks file installed. Are you streaming from a Mac or using capture card? I'm using a capture card on a separate PC. And I've got my Mac Mini set up like this with my screen and everything. Whenever a new game releases and you play it for yourself, do you play on Mac or prefer the PC? I mean, I play on a Mac when I'm away, so I use my laptop to play. Mostly I play on my Bazite PC, my Steam Deck, or my gaming PC. So I have 3 different devices, which I would personally prefer to play rather than playing on a Mac. My Mac is basically reserved for playing when I'm traveling, because I always take my Mac with me when I'm away. So, for example, I'm going to Taiwan for 6 weeks this summer, and basically I'm going to be taking my laptop with me. That'll be my main gaming computer, and I have a Switch 2 as well, which I'll take for the family to play games on. So those are my 2 main devices. I won't really use anything else. My NAS is connected via 2.5 gigabit Ethernet connection. So it should be fast. It is running on RAID 5 hard drives. So it should be running okay, I hope. It should try Deadlock from Valve because it runs on Source Engine, which is a big deal. Yeah, we don't have a Mac version of that game, I'm afraid, even though Source is built for Mac. I hope PC Emulation is going on phone. Hope the JIT bound founder. Hope JIT. Yeah, that's an issue, JIT. I think I'm just going to check that this is connected correctly because this shouldn't take so long to load. I'm just going to check my Ethernet connection. Disable one of these anyway. I think I might disable this one. Right. I'll try and make sure we're connected this way. Let me just make sure we're still connected. Do you think there's a hope for Forza Horizon? I mean, fingers crossed, I do hope it's going to work. So we're getting maximum broadband speed. Let me just check that I want my NAS to connect correctly. And one's connected by my Thunderbolt. Some of it is except for Forza Horizon. Yeah, it doesn't work. None of the Windows Forza Horizon games work, mostly because it's some Microsoft DRM thing. So I don't really know. I don't actually know why. Okay, what I'm going to do is just a full reboot actually, because I need to connect up to my hardware correctly, and then we'll start this again. Been running some annoying bugs lately when I play Red Dead 2. My mouse cursor keeps showing up when I click on the border of the screen. There's a mouse fix that you can do. Look at the Mac Gaming subreddit about the mouse fix. There's loads of options for fixing that cursor appearing on screen. There's also a piece of software called Care Sorcerer, which is quite good. Just gonna show you what my computer setup looks like right now. So right now, the M4 Mac Mini is connected to New Green's very cool Thunderbolt 4 dock. And it allows a lot of ports to expand on the back. And it includes things like microSD, SD card readers, plus a bunch of USB-A ports. They're sponsoring me for this video, which I'm going to be making after we complete testing today. So, so it should be not too bad. And then we're just going to load up Crossover and then load up the Windows version of Resident Evil 9. Someone made a battery pack for the Mac Mini. I saw a video. Yes, that's cool, I guess. Although a laptop would be much more useful, I think. Whenever I play a heavy game like Red Dead 2 on my M4 Mini, I run out of RAM after 30 minutes of gameplay, lowering texture settings. I've played Red Dead for quite a long time on a Mac, and I haven't run across that issue. Okay, let's try it. Let's do this now. $16 gigs. Yeah, I haven't had that issue, but even though I've played Resident Evil, sorry, Red Dead Redemption several times. Revisiting this topic, also the first time. This is the second time, basically, to do this base M4 chip. So if you want to know more, then it's worth like looking at my previous video on the topic, because I made the video like it's like a year and a half ago. So you can check that one out. All of the results are basically still very relevant. I think I'm going to connect up with a DualSense. I'll use a DualSense for this. Yeah, having to change some settings while playing Assassin's Creed Shadows. I might try that out, I guess, to see if we have any problems with that. Let me see. Okay. I'm just gonna quit out so I can get my also want to test out the Steam controller as well. Let me just quit out of this. I'll start playing in a minute. So I'm testing out the Steam controller for the very first time. So I've tried this on my Bazite computer, works very well. So what I read about it is that it's quite limited in some respects. So what I've got, Steam controller. Right, plugging this bad boy in. If anyone's got any tips for this, oh, so cool! I can control the this. Ask for a keyboard. American keyboard? Yeah, done. Oh, cool. That's cool. What's your favorite controller? It's probably the DualSense controller. Very good and got its rechargeable battery. It works really well on Mac. Oh, this is cool. You can scroll like on the Steam Deck here. I can control this whole thing via. I can control a Mac via controller. So if I go to, let's say, Yahoo, I can. Let me just see. Yeah, so you can. Oh, it's a bit sensitive, this scroll. I can use the trackpad to scroll. Okay, let me just try this out because I haven't actually tried this on a Mac yet. I've heard the support is poor though. So let's see. Okay, so what do you think about VMware Fusion Gaming? Yes, I've tried it. I've just published a Parallels video. It's going to be very similar to VMware Fusion. Um, you own a Mac Mini M4. Do you know why it lags when playing Subnautica 2 with crossover? I don't know why it lags. It's quite a demanding game. You probably need a little bit more power. I could try it out if somebody. Um, this is cool. I'm using the controller to do this, and then I can I scroll? Yeah, I can scroll. It's a bit sensitive though. Scroll. Can I? Oh yeah, can I do the keyboard thing? So normally when you press Steam and X, then keyboard comes up. Okay, it's a bit half baked. What I've read about on Mac anyway. Let's try it with crossover. You install Curse Sorcerer, but don't know what to do. I mean, I made a whole video about it. So if you find Curse Sorcerer on YouTube and type in Andrew Tai, you might find the information there. Drop it for the Wilhelm scream. I think there's a scream. I didn't hear a scream. I don't want to mess around with this too much. I know it exists. I love the Steam Deck's mouse controls and stuff. Really want a Steam controller. Yeah, you can get one. I just got this the other day, so I haven't really tested it out much. It's going to be mostly for my home theater PC, which I do a lot of gaming on. Whereas for this, I'm not sure it's going to be that good for this. Because it doesn't show up as a X input game. So this is working now. And I can also have mouse controls here. I can use cursor and mouse. So it'd be interesting to see what this is like. Okay. Why a Mac? A Mac for home theater Macs are already mid at gaming. Yeah. So I use a PC. I use a Bazite, so that's like similar to Steam OS. So I don't. This is perfect for this because you can turn on the machine because it acts more like a keyboard mouse with like a radio frequency controller. It doesn't connect via Bluetooth, and you can do like full mouse control. So I've got this connected up. I've got my DualSense connected up as well. So hopefully one of those two will work. I heard that it works better with Windows crossover games than anything else. As an Easter egg, drop it from your lap, so no damage. Yeah, I will try. I know it exists. I haven't tried it myself yet. Okay, let's load up. This is the first game. Would you recommend using GameHub for gaming over crossover? I mean, I made a video about it. You can see it. All my opinions are there. You definitely have a look at that yourself. Cool. There's a lot of background noise because I'm 3D printing something for my son's school project. So yeah, let's see. So
Get Brentwood locked down.
So interestingly, I can't use the analog stick to move, but I can do it through the trackpad. So I think this represents the D-pad, right? Oh, this does camera control for some reason. Yeah, okay. Let's just stick to DualSense. Let's got my DualSense here. Yeah, that's better. Okay, we're in the... Okay, so this is just I think this is just default graphics settings. Let's have a look what graphics settings we chose. So I haven't looked at this on the M4 chip before, okay? So this is still a bit new. We might turn the hair strands off for... This is like the normal graphics quality. So let's go back to the main menu and then just turn... So the main lever to turn, especially when you're using like a base chip, is you want to turn off hair image. Let's see, the hair. Let's go normal. So normal, according to this, is 646. Where's the hair? Frame generation is turned on. So you want... Let's turn frame gen off. And then where's the hair settings? Hair strands. Hair strands off, normal, and then upscaling using DLSS in balance mode. And there's 10 off frame gen, okay, because that's just makes things confusing. Hair is eating a lot of VRAM on Assassin's Creed Shadows too, yes. So the real test here is the Leon section. So this part I've played before. This is base M4 chip, which we're looking at again. I always thought like the M4 chip, which came out like a year and a half ago now, it has been like a seminal moment because everything, you can basically run everything on it, but just like really low quality settings. So for Mac, it's like pretty decent, right? In my opinion. Do you own any 8BitDo controllers? Yes, I have a bunch of 8BitDo Ultimate controllers and also SN30 Pros and also the 8BitDo Lite controllers as well for a Switch. So, you know, they're all quality controllers. I'm assuming Steam because it doesn't detect the Steam controller, so it just defaults to its regular keyboard functionality. I know you're not specifically testing that right now, but FYI, yes. I think what I'm going to do in a minute is try to implement the Steam input fixes. So there's a bunch of things that we can do, like there's some workarounds that you can have. For example, Steam Link. We could Steam... Wait. Let's see if we can... Actually, let's just see. Yeah, I still don't have control of that yet.
Yeah.
Let's just test some games first. Okay, so this is normal with the hair settings turned off. Did you see 8BitDo Ultimate 3 pre-order page? It looks cool. They added tension dials for the sticks. Okay. Yeah. Pretty graphic. I've turned this on very easy mode, so it really snaps the aiming reticle straight to the heads, which is very handy. Yeah, absolutely playable. Yeah. So you know, I've covered the Mac Mini M4, but obviously a bunch of new games have come out since then. So this is what makes it special, I guess.
Let's make this quick.
A capped FPS is obviously better, but then what we're really testing here is what the machine is capable of. So if I just capped it to 30, then I'm not really testing out what the machine is actually going to be capable of, because there's some refresh rate monitors you might want to run this at 40 FPS. Let's see if I can get this on running uh on the grace section. So can I find a grace bit? Yeah. I still haven't progressed past this fuse bit yet. We're already capping out on the RAM here. So the app is using 15 gigabytes. So we're definitely going into swap a little bit. If I check out the activity monitor. We'll look at the RAM usage, right? It's using 4 gigabytes of swap, so it's quite a lot already. Fortunately, we cannot buy the M4 Mac Mini with 256 gigabytes. It was, yeah, this is like 760 or something from Amazon for the 512 gig version, which the 512 gig is kind of useless. You don't need 512 gigs because you could just attach a solid state drive. And what's cool about the dock that I have, the Ugreen dock, is that it is you can put an NVMe drive in there as well, so it'll run at Thunderbolt 4 speeds for that particular dock. It's a bit of stutter there. So freaky, these corridors. At least it's not normally kind of Assassin's Creed Shadow does. For AC Shadows, you get lag after a while of playing. Change the micropolygon settings in the medium, and then okay. There's quite a lot of screen tearing here, so I'm just going to turn on VSync, which will cap it to 60. Since 24 gigabytes is the minimum needed. I mean, it runs here pretty well. If we cap this frame rate, I mean, there's an option here to cap the frame rate at, what have we got? Is there a frame rate cap? Yeah, so you can go up to 60, up to 30. Someone posted Pro and it looked amazing. So we're only running this at like 1080p, of course. And it is upscaling from 660p. 626p. It's vertical resolution. Okay, so I'm really curious, right? What are the workarounds for like getting this to work on a Mac? So Mac gaming, what Steam controller? Okay, because I wouldn't mind getting this to work properly. Because I think there's a couple of options for getting this to work better. I think what we could do is try to force Steam input, because you can increase controller compatibility. What does that mean? So we've got game controls here. It doesn't show up. When you were opening Steam with update firmware controller. No, that's not it. That's for the DualSense controller. So that's not the problem. It's the dual. It's so I did read about some workarounds. Which shouldn't have closed that. Add the game and then how do you add controller compatibility? I've never heard of this setting. not heard of this. Recommend a third-party controller. You can buy a DualSense controller without having without owning a PlayStation 5. I don't have a PlayStation 5, and you can just get one of these controllers quite easily. Even 24 gigabytes is enough for Assassin's Creed Shadows. Yes, I mean 24 gigs is probably the sweet spot. You don't need much more than that. Select wireless controller and you can add the specific game. What? Oh, add the specific game. So I can add. I think I have to add maybe a crossover. Can I add it on crossover? And then increase control button. Does that work? Add crossover Steam. Okay, interesting. Let me just try that again. Okay, so I'm just gonna quit out. Let's just. Are you saying that this is going to help with Steam controller? Because I really doubt that. Let's quit out of this completely. Yeah, it can fix. Okay. I think the main workaround that we might use is to use, let me just try this actually. Let me get parallels up. We might use a trick that we used a few years ago, which was like the Steam link. Let's see if we can get this up and running. So what we might do is try and Steam link and then stream over to my instance of Steam here. So I've got my crossover Steam, and then what I'm going to do is find the Steam here, Steam within a virtual machine. One sec. Where's my Steam gone? So I need to install Steam in this virtual machine. So I'll install Steam here. So this is a workaround. I'm not using, what I'm trying to do is get the Steam controller up and running later. So I just want to show, this is a trick we used to use a while ago. So I'm in a virtual machine. And then what I'm going to do is load up the Windows version of Steam here. And then what I'm going to do is plug in the Steam controller, puck. So I'm going to plug in the puck. And then I'm going to connect instead of the we're going to plug into Windows 11 instead of, right. Then what I'm going to do is install Steam in Windows 11, which is running in the background. So let's just run this. I'm pretty sure this is going to work. Yeah, it's a double Steam. You could do it from your phone as well. So as long as it's connected to the same network. Yeah, this will but if you don't have a phone, this is just, I guess, one way of doing this, because you could connect the Steam controller, I guess, to your phone via Bluetooth. Would that work? Yeah, I'm just gonna see if this works because we should be able to Steam Link with no video. So I'm just gonna try this out. The last time I did this was about 4 years ago or something, and it seemed to work well then. It's supposed to use Sunlight and Moonlight with a MacBook and an Android. Yes. Yeah. It's not called Sunlight, it's called like Sunshine. But Parallels is good for gaming or you have to testing this. I just literally just published an entire Parallels video. Okay, so log it into our Steam account. So it's detected my Steam controller within the virtual machine. And look, okay. Welcome to the stream, Ilucas. Always allow. We're gonna add this to Parallels. I wish GameHub on Android was able to integrate Steam input somehow. I don't know how it even works now. It still confuses me what the difference between X input, D input, and SDL is exactly. And which one does the Mac use? I don't even know. The whole thing is I find such a very confusing. Okay, plug your Steam controller into PC with USB. So I'm gonna plug it in. Okay, it's doing another firmware update. I already updated the firmware earlier. Okay, I kind of wanted to get this to work in some Steam games just to see if it does work. Plug a puck in. Okay. So wireless transmitter, press next. Okay, so we've gone into something. Is this the big picture mode? It really wants to update firmware. It really, really, really wants to update its firmware. Okay, so that's fine. Got that. Okay, this is working, but I've always found this. I kind of hate big picture mode. Okay, so how do you get out of big picture mode? Exit big picture. Okay, so what I'm going to do here is I'm going to set up. Now that we have the Steam controllers installed, kind of works. Okay, so let's do Steam Link uh, remote play. Okay, so let's connect up to my Mac Mini. So I'll have the Mac version. Let's try this again. So on this side, we're going to go ahead and enable Steam Link. Let's see here. Is this the way to do it? I wonder if I can get this to pair up. How do we get this to pair up? 896. Hmm. MacBook Neo, iPad, full. Let's see. Parallels can we play Fortnite, Valorant, or Call of Duty? No, I'm afraid you can't. You can't add any of those games which require anti-cheat. I'm afraid. Although Fortnite might be coming to the Mac soon. It's hard to say. Why can't I connect these things up? I'm just quite quitting this again. Wait a sec. Okay. There's no option here to. Yeah, Forza is not possible. I'm afraid. Let me try if I can get Steam Link working on my phone, because that might be an option as well. Because I should be able to Steam Link to my Mac, like directly. Let me just see if we get started. Because we're all on the same Wi-Fi network. Because there should be like a code. Oh, here we are. Ah, okay. I think I wasn't looking correctly in the right place. You know what? I was doing it wrong. What I need to do is connect this Steam up, because I don't want to see the pop-up. The pop-up is uh is is hidden. So left hand side we've got Once you figured it out, the instructions should be quite straightforward. It's just because the Steam Link wasn't working. So remote play, connect. Okay, 5, because I just wasn't seeing this symbol come up. Okay. Okay, let's try this again. Okay. I know we kind of ram starved ourselves by running multiple versions of. Yeah, I'm testing out the Steam controller. So I'm using Steam input, remote play as like a hack, and I'm running parallels in the virtual machine. Let's see if this picks up our Steam controller correctly. Did I try to Slay the Spire too? I played a lot of Slay the Spire on Mac. A lot of people are having, yeah, it's not really designed because the Steam controller is basically a mouse and a keyboard, and it really requires Steam input for it to work properly. So this is now working. Let me just see if the main. And sometimes I think the Parallels virtual machine. Let's test this out. Yeah, wildly overpriced. I mean, there's dozens of options for cheap controllers. If you want something decent, 8-bit dues, a bit premium, only 10 or $15 cheaper than a DualSense, but it does a lot of things really well, like 2.4 gigahertz support. I'm not sure how well it runs on a Mac. If you want to run games on a Mac, the DualSense is the way to go. I have adaptive trigger support, and it's really good. How is the M4 Mini in comparison to the M5 Air? It depends which Air you've got. If you've got the 8 GPU core version of the M5 Air, then it's probably going to run worse. Depends if you have a thermal pad mod as well. That's going to be a factor. Yeah. So now this is
Everyone locked
working.
down.
See, we have now that we have this.
Yeah. He's the one to thank for all the excitement.
Oh, it's trying to do two things at once here. Ooh, this is tricky. Yeah, I don't think this is working very well. Okay, Steam controller for Mac. Not a good look, I'm afraid. I would have thought that hack would have worked, but unfortunately, no. Okay, let's just close everything down because I think Parallels as well is also stealing a lot of memory. Do you think that in the future we'll be able to play all titles natively on Mac? Certainly not, because I mean the word "all" is adding a lot of difficulty for you at the moment because it definitely doesn't work. No, it's definitely the case that 100% of games won't work. You maybe get even the Steam Deck doesn't have 100%. There's a massive backlog of PC games that will never be ported. Maybe try Shift Tab Steam menu and try edit some preset for the game. But yeah, it should have worked straight out of the box. Like the controller preset. It was something else going wrong with that. I could try like a lighter game, I guess. Or I could maybe what I could have done. Actually, you know what? I'll try again. What I'll do is I will um I'll try to link up the Windows version of Steam with this instead. So like there's an option here under the Steam controller to under Steam, I can do the remote play from the Windows version of Steam. So remote play, and then I'll do the remote play here. Maybe we'll try like a lighter game as well, something a bit. Yeah, that is connected now, right? Does that mean it's trying to load up the streaming client? So remote play, I'm connected to this computer, I think, right? Because now I can use this to control this. Okay. And then does that mean if I load up a game, let's try something a bit lighter, like Apple will have to add Steam controller support to macOS before it works properly. Yeah. And then can I, because now with this version of Game Porting Toolkit, how do you add the overlay? Hmm. Yeah, I'm not going to have much luck with this because I should really, maybe I should really be trying this with the Mac version of Steam rather than the crossover version. I think it's a bit optimistic to try and get the crossover version working. Let's try, instead of trying to make this brute force this sort of crossover, let's try the Mac version of Steam instead, okay? Because I have a feeling we might have more luck with this. Because the overlay will function correctly, because it's a bit hit and miss. Because we want the puck to go into the Windows 11. And then we want the want remote play. We want here. Let's try the this the Mac version of Steam. Let's do the remote play here, and then connect to the Mac Mini here, and we'll try like so we'll connect up now. Let's try this again. Any update when RE4 is going on sale? I mean, it goes on sale several times a year, so make sure to keep an eye on it. I don't. Okay, we've got multiple streaming clients here. Because that loads up a streaming client. Needs to update an audio driver. Okay, so that it can stream the music to the client. Okay, let's connect up. So we're connected up. So the Steam controller is connected to this side. Yeah. Let's install Cult of the Lamb. I just joined. Recently got an M4 MacBook Air and looking to play some games. I made 3 different videos about games that run on the M4 MacBook Air. And then the ones I'm going to test out today are here too. So if you wanted to try um, all of those, and the difference now is that we have a bunch more native games like Cyberpunk 2077, lots more Resident Evil games, a lot of crossover games that have come out. So there is a bit of a difference, but you can see it there. Okay, so can we play using the Steam controller? This is the Steam version, but also there's Apple Arcade. There's an Apple Arcade version of this too. I play Call of the Lamb on Apple Arcade, and the game is fun, but it's too unreligious for lack of religion. Yeah, it's quite clearly anti-religion. Same to like the vibe. If you're religious, then it's probably not for you, because it's quite an interesting critique of religion. Why is this not? Nothing's appearing here. What's? Let me try running something else like Cyberpunk instead. Yeah, Hades is also quite unreligious. What I like about Cult of Lamb is that it's co-op, so you can play cooperatively, which is a lot of fun. Let's just I'm trying to get this Steam input thing to work. I'm gonna give up on this Steam controller thing. I think like the key is like really just getting the we use something like a DualSense controller. That's the way to do it. Okay, so let's try this one. The Pathless remains one of the top 10 Apple Arcade games of all time. Yeah, they didn't. I don't think they renewed for the Pathless. I remember Mr. McFly used to do lots of videos. Always featured that. I'm just checking my B-roll. My B-roll. Okay, capped to 30. Let's just fix that. 60. I think it's not going to hit 60, so VSync 60 is pretty good. I think I can do better than low. Let's try medium. Yeah, so a lot has changed since I did my M4 video, back in the day, because it's been a lot. Like this port came out like 7 or 8 months after the M4 Mini released, and remains one of the best looking games. This is medium 1080p with Metal Effects upscaling. Someone's had a bit too much drink, too much Coke Zero. Still remains a gorgeous game that I haven't really played enough of. I should really play some more of this game. Just taking out a few pedestrians. Let's get in again. What do you think Apple will bring in Game Porting Toolkit for? I hope a bit more compatibility. I don't really see much. I'm going to be honest with you. I really don't see much really changing. Detail in this game is unreal. There's not really that much more that Game Porting Toolkit can do, really, except bring more compatibility into more games. But we have pretty good compatibility already. There's not that many games which don't work on a Mac. So every game that has character that sweeps the exact same animation set, yeah. Feels the same. If you ever play AC Shadows, keep an eye on memory. If it leaks, change the micropolygon setting. Thanks, Yaroslav. That's a good tip. I'm just checking my B-roll camera because I want to get some nice B-roll of this game working. Okay, so that's Cyberpunk. Okay, so I'm just going to write down what I've done so far. Okay, so we've done RE9 and we've done Cyberpunk. Let's see what else we can do. So there's a couple more of the recent games which got released. So in terms of Mac, there's a game called Tiny Glade which got a Mac port soon recently. So we'll just load up the demo of that. Tiny Glade. Yeah, I am using Crossover. Where's the demo? Yeah, so see it says here now on Mac. Is there no demo? On to demo. I'm gonna have to buy it. Okay, I'll just buy it and then refund it later. Yeah, I do have Crimson Desert. If somebody, I don't really like the game Crimson Desert. I didn't think it was. It's got gorgeous. It's got a gorgeous graphics engine, but kind of devoid of any kind of joy, I think. Just buy this now. I'm doing in terms of requests, I'm taking requests, but you need to super chat a little bit, and then I will cover it. Okay, so let's just get my data in. I'm just getting my folders in so I can install this locally quickly. So within Steam, I'm just going to add the solid state drive so I don't waste too much space. Put it in the so let's do Tiny Glade. Tiny Glade, and then we'll install it onto that drive. What Steam games on your profile do you have the most hours on? I don't know actually. What have I got? I have nearly 1,000 games, so probably like Total War games. I'm really into Total War Shogun 2, Rome 2, and Attila. Attila's my favorite. Okay, let's. Okay, let's load up Tiny Glade. So I heard this is good. So this is a new Mac port that came out recently, but it's not that well optimized on Mac. But we'll try it out anyway. Of games friend for me, Team Fortress 2. Yeah, maybe some of the multiplayer games. Okay, Timing Glade is a small download builder where you doodle whimsical castles. Oh, this is fun. Quality preset. Let's put this up. Let's put this on. Display. Okay, that's fun. Here you go, Crimson. Thank you very much. Think again, 1999. I'll do Crimson Desert. I'm just going to hit the bathroom, actually, just a sec. Actually, no, what I'll do is I'll just start that download. Because I do have it. Where's my... Because it's quite a big game. It's like, I'll run it from the App Store version because it's a bit faster. Or display. This is just a basic MSI display, 4K. Or back. Okay, see if we can get this going. Can Mac native games be pirated? Don't talk about piracy here. To my filter on so you don't hear what's going on. So controls. Well, this game is really big. I might let that download before we actually continue doing any more testing, because it's gonna downloading does actually use quite a lot of like resources. Now, while we're doing that, while I'm downloading, I'm gonna set up an emulator or two, okay? Actually, no, let's try the beast NES, because that's like that's a big deal. This is like a new super accurate Super Nintendo emulator. Why isn't it letting me open this? Do I have to move it into applications folder before this will work? Surely not. Surely this should... It normally pops up here, allowing me to open it here. No? Why can't I open this? Does anyone know? Is there a better version of this? What's the Mac? This is for like an old version of Mac OS. Why can't I open up BSNES? So weird. What's happening? Normally you can... Normally there's an option here to open up damaged files. It's weird. It's really weird. Here's terminal. Okay, yeah. Thank you very much. That's how you do it. We'll test out Tiny Glade afterwards. These snares. Okay, let's load a game. Wow, this user interface uses some kind of let's load up an SNES game. I hear the sound. Why can't I see the video? It does not like this. Okay, let's just go with good old OpenEMU. Okay, OpenEMU has never failed me, despite it still being a Rosetta Intel game, Intel emulator. It still has never failed me. So okay, yeah. I mean, what's brilliant about this app is just how easy it is to use. So Super Nintendo. Let's. It automatically like figures out the box art. And it looks very nice. I can drag in multiple games. I really like Super Mario. It stars. I used to play this on my SNES all the time. Let's find isn't Super Mario World here? This guy literally the god of Mac game. Skills. Is it wanting me to do something with this? What's here? Oh, it's like another. Whoops! Didn't mean to do that. Let's try a different one actually. Let's try emulator. This is called OpenEmu. Have you ever thought about vlogging? Yeah, when I go to Taiwan this year, I want to do more vlogging. I've got all the kit and everything ready, but it's just really hard because I've got all these deadlines. I've got all this. I've got all the stuff I have to do. Does it let you go full screen? It certainly does. I can turn off the frame rate counter because it's kind of redundant here. Can even give it the CRT filter, which is a shader. We can add CRT to make it look more authentically TV. Shift F12, yeah. But it's not picking it up here. It's actually Shift F9. Function Shift F9. Not working. So much nostalgia for this what's called Super 7 or something, Mode 7, which does a pseudo skewed 2D view. And if I was like F-Zero and Curry, someone stole a bike from the sun shop while we're inside. You're too busy. I think I'm thinking about going to Curry's and buying an Xbox Ally X. Someone should talk me out of that because for some reason I just feel like I want to buy an Xbox Ally X for £850. It's a ridiculous amount of money. When I have like 10 other devices that can play games just as well. So all this like, have I ever tried RPS3? Yeah. This does look like you're playing it on an old school LCD with this shader. It's very nice. OG Allies both pretty powerful, so something go with that. Well, I already have a Steam Deck, so I don't really want to get an Ally because the Ally with the Z1E chip is going to be very similar to a Steam Deck. I want something more powerful where I can play Elden Ring at a high frame rate. I don't have any issue with the controller here. With my DualSense. My DualSense has been very reliable. Yeah, so that's OpenEmu. All the OpenEmu titles. Then what else have I got prepped in terms of emulators? Look at my emulation folder here. Game Boy Advance. You can play some DS games on here. Do you try Steam? No, I haven't tried Steam Controller. It's not going to work. What else have we got that could work? This is like a patched version of. Let's just play regular Fire Red. Does adding a non-Steam game work to Steam work? Maybe. can put this on like a CRT shader as well. Reminds me of like the first Game Boy, that Game Boy Advance. Maybe a tutorial on how to set up MAME. Gary. What's the main arcade game to actually emulate? I'm not even sure. All of the super scalers. Okay, let's try that. So what MAME games have I've not actually tried MAME before. Does OpenEMI support MAME? Interesting. What's Farlight 84? Interesting. Survival game. Okay. So this is still downloading. Okay, let's set up another emulator while we're here. This is my video that they're recommending. Interesting. Fallout is a battle royale game. I wonder what other emulation we can do. I guess we can run some, I think RPCS3, people want to see that working. Let's download. I'm going to download the Intel version because I found better compatibility with that these days. Yeah, maybe we'll do some switch with Asterisk. I haven't done this for a while. Let's give this a go. Currently playing Metal Gear Solid 2 and Ultra Street Fighter 4. Yeah. Is there any reason you're choosing the PS3 version of RPC of Metal Gear Solid 2 versus the PlayStation 2 version? Oh, it's an HD, yeah. Is Red Dead Redemption working? Wipeout HD Fury or the Play That Mega Collection? What other PlayStation 3 games are worth trying? I've got quite a lot of them. Is there a CRT shader for playing video files on a Mac? Not that I'm aware of, sorry. Something like CRT. Hmm. I'll let these shaders cache. Okay, we're doing Crimson Desert. We're also going to do, we've done some SNES GBA. And we're going to do some RPCS3. Okay. Is Red Dead Redemption working fine? I mean, you can only play Red Dead Redemption 1, the cracked version, and you have to make some modifications in order for that to work. But it does work, but you have to use a pirated build of Red Dead Redemption 1 for it to work. You might as well just emulate the Switch version, or yeah, it's probably the best way to emulate the Switch port, which works really well on Ryudinks or Rubing. Red Dead Redemption 2 works really well. Okay. This is the first time I've played Demon's Souls since I started getting into From Software games. So this will be interesting because I started playing Elden Ring recently and I'm really enjoying it for the first time. Let's be a knight. Ultra Street Fighter 4, Tekken 5, Tekken 6, Tekken Gentleman. Yeah. Uncharted 1, 2, and 3 if you're into those. But do those run well on a Mac? That's the question. Because we've all seen, last time I tried to get... Wow. So I've already got like a decent armor set already. This is the knight class. When did I cover Red Dead Redemption 2? I might cover it again. So remember, this is downloading a game in the background, so it's not, I think, perfect. I should really play this game, shouldn't I? Because this game is where it all started, right? This is the first proper From Software game as we know it. It feels like Elden Ring. Red Dead Redemption 2 can probably run at a high graphics preset. just try something because I want to just get my display settings to work a bit nicer. So it looks a bit choppy because I've optimized it for the other screen, but it is running at 50, 60 frames per second. Get some nice. So I'm just going to put this on the other screen so you can see it's a bit more smooth. Look at those janky physics. Whoa! What's this? So this is Demon Souls, emulated from the PlayStation 3. Repel. Oh, you can riposte, which I haven't tried before. Good old Dark Souls 1. It's Demon Souls, yeah, similar-ish. We can try another game. Let's try PlayStation 3 games. So what do we say that was quite good? Wipeout. Do I have Wipeout? I've not tried Wipeout on this before. Will this have some performance to an M4 Mac? Yes, this is an M4 Mac. This literally is an M4 Mac. Just waiting for Crimson Desert to finish downloading before we try anything super demanding. I watched a review comparison of the M5 Max versus RTX 5090 and that one in Blender, but lost the miserably in gaming. Why? It's just not it's because most of the software is not optimized for gaming, it's optimized for productivity. So that's just an inevitable thing that happens. And then when people don't buy Macs for gaming, then you're going to be massively limited. Okay, I haven't played Wipeout in such a long time. With Intermax, you just boot into Windows, so it doesn't bother porting. I haven't played Wipeout since like the first game on PlayStation 1. My, well, let's give it a second because my thing hasn't even loaded. My ship hasn't loaded. Give it a sec. Let's restart the race.
Shield active. New lap record. Bomb. Mines. Rockets. New lap record. Final lap. Mines.
Okay, so that's Wipeout. That's cool. What else have we got? Let's try. What's better at 1080p? I'll try it again at 1080p. If I change the custom configuration, and then we do a scale up to 1080p. This is Wipeout HD, I think. Can it still hit 60 frames per second though? That's the question. If you have a PS4 private,
New lap record. Final lap.
Okay, that's... Whilst we've got that all might work, maybe... How does God of War 3 fare? We'd be trying out Simu. I tried Breath of the Wild on my Mac Mini, but it's mostly 25 FPS, moving from Metal Android. It should work pretty well, Simu. It should work a lot better than 25 frames per second with all of the fixes and stuff. Can we change the resolution as well? Because there's a few options here we can tweak to make the game run faster, I think. Skip intro. Yeah, we can do stuff here as well. Maybe disable motion blur, that'll help a bit. Okay, Crimson Desert's nearly done. Wow, this is looking a lot better than...
Ends now. My brothers, we were forged in victory.
It should work pretty well.
Victory that ended the Great War.
Let's try and get into gameplay, because I remember the last time I tested this on like an M1 Ultra, it was awful.
Your son has... I bring the destruction of Olympus! The Titans will fail again!
Still too low a frame rate to really do anything with. Let's just see what we can do with this. But if we tweak a couple of things, let's tweak a couple of things here. So there's custom game patches which you can apply. If we disable all the bells and whistles, how far can we get? This is base M4, yeah. And we're still downloading this thing, so hopefully this will be done in a minute. Apple removed the Rosetta 2 this year. What would happen in apps? Well, apparently games are still going to be valid, able to use it. It's going to be hard to tell exactly because we don't know. But there's a lot of warnings about certain launchers and games which won't function properly anymore. This is still a bit too demanding for the.
Something has me. I cannot move, Kratos. Free me.
The graphics are crazy in this game. For PlayStation 3, trying to render this level, I mean, this would be relatively impressive. Oh yeah, I'm 3D printing. I'm trying to. Sometimes my background noise filter switches off for some reason. So I am 3D printing in the background. It's a bit much for this. This intro scene is just crazy, like the way that the graphics work. But yeah, it's a bit too demanding for this chipset. But I don't think it works well on any Mac, to be honest, right? It's not actually upscaling to 4K because it renders internally. It'll be this resolution scale 720p, so it won't be any harder than that. Okay, so I'll wait for Crimson Desert to install. We're going to be testing out. Now, unfortunately, I don't think Crimson Desert is going to work very well on an M4 machine. It's just not. It's just not great. I know Emily's Prince of Persia games. Yes. Okay, how are we doing on this? Okay, finally, time to open. Prince of Persia remake doesn't well not crossover. Use parallels. What Prince of Persia remake are we talking about? When did we get remake? Which mini doc is in your map? Does it have an NVMe slot? There are so many out there, it's hard to know which reviews are people, which ones are bots. So the one that I've got at the moment is this one, Ugreen M4 Mac mini doc. It's this one here that I'm testing out. Prince of Persia's feet. They cancelled the Sands of Time remake, which is a shame. Okay. Think again. 1999. Thank you very much for the super chat. Really appreciate it. Yeah. So I copied the Time Machine profile from my MacBook Neo. So last time I ran this game on this Mac, I ran it at 160p to try and prove a point that it could kind of run, but obviously not particularly well. Wait for it to load up and we'll put it into 1080p and we'll get it to upscale. It's one of the few games which seems to work quite well with frame generation. I've always found it like pretty decent implementation of it. Not sure what's happening here. Let me just quit out of this and then just go up again. How does Red Dead Redemption 2 run? I haven't tried it. Oh, what's happening here? Oh, yeah, I couldn't see the information here. Let's load it up. Okay, we're in the desert. Let's have a look at how that's running. So, let's see how this goes. Okay, let's apply this. Okay, looking pretty rough at 360p. Let's put it on the for this Mac preset actually. Yeah, because I think that might help a bit. Isn't there one called for this Mac? Yeah, this is it. Metal effects balanced. That looks. Can I do 1080p balanced? It's not bad.
You all right? I tip my cap to you.
I know the internal render frame rate is only 22 FPS, but the frame generation that this game does is pretty decent. It feels responsive. I think what I'm going to do is just put it onto the low preset anyway. So metal effects performance and then low. It's a very pretty game. I don't think you ride horses in this game.
Yeah.
I think you can jump from the horse, right, and make the jump to its death, I think. Can it do better than this? I'm not sure. I think there are better open world games to play out there. There are some better titles. Like, I think Ghost of Tsushima's art direction is a little bit more cohesive. Sorry, Mr. Horsey. I mean, this is... I find this game a bit janky. I'm going to be honest with you. Like, this whole thing, like, falling down a river. Ouch, Mr. Horsey, ouch. I'll just steal this guy's horse.
Hail and well met.
Can I steal this horse? Witcher 3, Horizon Zero Dawn, Forbidden West. These, well, yeah, this game I don't really appreciate that much. I find it like a bit much. Like, I have no idea what the story is about. Maybe I should put some Witcher 3 footage together. Maybe Horizon Forbidden West. It just seems it's such a random game, you know? Okay, so we've done RE9, Cyberpunk Crimson Desert. We've done some RPCS3. We can do a bit of Switch emulation, I think. Does Horizon Forbidden West... well, I'm not sure it does actually, can be honest. What's ARC ASA? What's that? I've never set up this emulator before, so this is a bit new to me. I think I did Ark Survival Ascended a while ago. Let me just find the files I'm supposed to have for this. Just gonna find the... I'm just gonna download this, put it in the correct folders. Um, okay. Nearly there. Okay, this is the very first time I've actually used this emulator. But it's like a Switch emulator for the Mac. Cosmic Crisp, that's the Vulkan implementation from Asahi Linux team. We're texting right now from your M4 Mac Mini. Cool. Which devices am I trying NTE with? Just the M5 Air and maybe the M3 Max, I think. Is there a cheat to make this work better? It would be great if you tested NT with Mac Mini M4. If someone super chats me, then I'll do it. But I'm not that keen on free to play games. Yeah. That guy is top. What is this? An Osh? Is that a panda? Some minor graphical issues. Okay. Hype for M6 Pro gaming prowess with recent progress on gaming. Oh yeah, I'm looking forward to more game performance. But really, what's holding the Mac back is not really hardware, because the hardware exists, the M5 Max exists already. So it's possible to get high frame rate gaming. It's more about game compatibility. I always go for T-Pig. Oh, I find this like Japanese RPGs like terrible in terms of like the way that how long it takes to get into a fight, into a battle. This one has like real-time battles, which is slightly better than other Pokemon games. I'm just spamming moves here. My son said that this game is not very good. Looks like it does in fact game. Okay, let's stop this emulation here. What other game should I try here? I wonder if Doom works. I wonder if Cosmic Crisp works. The last time I tried this, maybe quite years ago now, the thing would crash. I think this just crashed, right? I think it's just crashed, but can... What else could we run? Have I heard anything that could potentially game-related stuff? No. There's going to be like a Cyberpunk 2077 talk. I think that's about it, really. So WWDC is like in 2 weeks, right? So it's not long from now. I'm not really sure what to expect from WWDC this year. So I think the next Apple CEO will help gaming. I'm not really sure. When you remove the VSync from this, it becomes a bit unstable.
You ain't gonna find sturdier horses than these in all of New Albany. Howdy, friend.
Hello there.
Good evening, partner. Take it easy until we're out of town. Ain't no point in causing a ruckus. Yeah, yeah. Oh, it's Port Mercy you want to visit? That's right. Ain't taking nobody up to the port in a long time. Strange place for a decent fella to want to visit, if you don't mind me saying. Who said I was a decent fella? It's been abandoned for years now. Folks say it was built during a Mexican
You should really try
war.
Red Dead Redemption 2. Okay, so that's
Soldiers
that's
down.
asterisk. That's actually not bad. I like the interface for it. It's a little, seems a bit more, seems a bit better than what we tried before with our Rubying. It has a cosmic crisp. I mean, what does that mean, cosmic crisp? It's the we can try this out actually. Why don't we try cosmic crisp? Can we try a different game? Like what's coming quite demanding? Crash. Maybe is that because we're using cosmic crisp? Maybe if football's VK with asynchronous shader compilation, then that might work better. Didn't we have Tears of the Kingdom there? Let me just find my emulation folder. Oh yeah, here we are. Need to add that folder. So one advantage of this is the asynchronous shader compilation, which should in theory mean that it doesn't stutter as much.
This strange gloom keeps getting thicker.
Next big game will be 007. That's true. This looks this performs so much better than we tried before. So
People have been falling ill after coming into contact with the gloom drifting through these caverns. Though here it seems almost misty and not concentrated enough to harm us. We'll keep going. With it coming up from beneath Hyrule Castle, we do not know what waits below, so we need to be ready for anything. But I know I'll be okay with you, Link. Let's go solve this mystery.
This is a newish Switch 1 emulator called Asterisk. How do I get Asterisk to do? I wonder if I can put this up to 60 FPS. I want to make this go a bit faster, so I want to get to AK the good bit. This is like fast forwarding the game a bit. This because of the intro, I've played this a bunch of times already, and it's very boring. Facing back on. Shaders need to compile.
You're not hurt, are you, Link?
And Zelda's voice is too British, too prosho-British. How do we get this to go to 60?
What is that?
I think it's a pre-rendered cutscene because you see the compression artifacts. Hurry up! Let's set the VSync off to fast forward this. It can go up to 100 FPS.
Was that the sword that seals the dark?
Just fast forwarding this because I don't. Okay. Is there still any console emulators, maybe PS2 and newer, that are basically 100% solid? I've tried emulators every once in a while, but they've always been buggy and glitchy. I mean, Asterisk is pretty good from what I can see so far. Especially with this asynchronous shader compilation, just means that shaders don't compile and stutter as much.
Finally, you wake.
So there's an app called UltraCam 3.0.
I've heard a great deal about you from Zelda. Your wounds were severe. I am relieved to see you escape death. Your arm, however, was beyond saving. I had to replace it, lest the injury endanger you further.
Emulator choices on the Mac are limited. I mean, there's a lot of emulators that are covered, right? I won't say they're limited that much. There's a lot of options. Let me try UltraCam. Never tried UltraCam before, so this is let's quit out this. This thing called NX Optimizer. So I can't believe someone made a Mac version. A lot of these mods are normally very, very niche. Let's try this out. Because I want to be able to unlock like 60 frames per second. How does this work? How does this work? How do you install this? Does anyone know? What's the setup guide? Oh, you have to copy the. Oh, I have to extract it. Okay. So I have to extract these. And put it in the mod folder of Asterisk. Is that somewhere here? Application support. Let's see. Asterisk. Where the asterisk save data? Let me have a look. Asterisk. Look at where this is. Seems to be stuck on this, so maybe what I can do is just download UltraCam directly. Why is this taking such a long time to download? Let me just find UltraCam. Can I just download UltraCam directly? UltraCam. So- Hmm. Okay, not having luck with this, I'm afraid. I've seen a video of this, but there's no. Okay, I found UltraCam. So I've got this mod file, but I don't know where it goes. Like, where does the asterisk, like, where does it live? So asterisk is is a Nintendo Switch emulator. But where are the actual system files kept? Like, if I want to. Ah, UltraCam. What? Okay, this is interesting. So you drop in the UltraCam mod. Okay, so that means I can do this. Whoa, there's all these options I've never even seen before. Okay, this is cool. Resolution, I can tweak this. Can run this at 1080p. I've never seen anything like this before. I didn't realize that modding had become so advanced. Let me just try running Astros again. I didn't realize there were so many mods for Switch games on Mac. So this is going to try to run a 1600 by 9. So I read about this. This is if you're using 1.4.2. Let's run this at 1080p. Let's apply changes. And then I can move my HUD around. Wait a sec. Is there there's like a turn this on. Okay, let's try this. Solely on cost, game on Mac is light years ahead of anything. Yeah, yes, I mean, now that the RAM is getting more and more expensive, it's starting to make sense to, what? One 1.21 is better for stability. Let's try that one. Okay, 1080p. Let's see if this even loads. Oh, this looks really good on Mac now with this mod. You can get 50, 60 laptops for sale for under $1,000. That'll crush any Mac. I mean, that's true. It's also better for compatibility as well, for anti-cheat and things like that. I'm not going to argue with that. But do you really want to be carrying one of those 50, 60 laptops? I've used a lot of Windows gaming laptops, and they're just terrible for ergonomics, quality control, the build quality. Always plastic, always flexible to plastic. At that price point anyway, for under $1,000. Some people rather have like a good work machine. They'd rather have a good work machine and make compromises on gaming rather than the other way around. But each person's got their own kind of each person has their own priorities, really. Does that cover up Link's modesty? Let's do it. I still have to finish Breath of the Wild 1. I mean, that is it's a huge game. I don't think I'm ever going to finish that. There's too many other games to play. There's just too many games in the universe to have a go at. This is the best I've seen this game run on a base chip. So I'm sure I tried this on the M4 at the time, like a year and a half ago, and it was nothing like this. This is developed so much better. So Asterisk with asynchronous shader compilation, plus the UltraCam mod. This makes such a huge difference. I can't believe how good it is. Like if I load up that bit again now that it's now that the shaders have compiled, well, I know we're asynchronously compiling shaders. If you're trying to get something above the base model, you're getting scammed. Depends. Like the RAM shortage has really showed that Apple's pricing isn't that bad. Compared to how I tried to run this game like a year and a half ago, it's so much better. UltraCam's got to be... Yeah, the pre-RAM shortage prices were bad. They still are bad, but they're just not as bad as before because RAM is so expensive. I just sold 64 gigabytes of DDR5 for like £450 or something. It was more than double than what I paid for it about 3 years ago. Yeah, DDR5 was $99, now it's $839. It's a lot. It's a big difference in price. There's so many shadows in this game. It looks kind of terrible in Switch 1, I think. No, I don't mean to throw my only weapon. If Apple Silicon has real gaming API optimized with it as an NVIDIA card, could the chip have serious increase? I mean, yes. Crossover Kinesis came on how long ago? It's gone so much better in the last 2 years. Mac gaming, yes, I agree. She left to a Nintendo Switch instead of a Wii U gamepad this time. Okay, cool. That's my look at Switch emulation. Let's have a look at some crossover stuff then. So we looked at Resident Evil. Let's see if we can get something a bit more intensive working. No, I want some. Actually, no. I wanted to look at Tiny Glade first. So I did pick this up just to test. So we'll do Tiny Glade. Okay, so this is performance mode at 1080p. Can build a path here. That's cool. Are you on the base Mac Mini? Yes. Seems to be capped at 30 here. I'm not sure why. Why is this game capped at 30? Okay, so some people are getting a 30 FPS cap, but if we change the beta, if we install the beta, let's see. These are really old builds. Okay, well, I guess I'll try it Tiny Glade later. I'm not sure why that's not working as well as I wanted it to. I don't know the cool Mac games to try out. Let's do a bit of Windows gaming. Okay. It's probably possible with Parallels, but that is the worst way to play games on macOS. Yes. Parallels uses a lot of memory, so it's really tricky to get that working well. You have to have a lot of memory. Let's do some Elden Ring. I'm really into Elden Ring at the moment. So. Let's get this bigger and biggen it. Yeah, it does not like that. Sometimes what you need to do is to fix the resolution. We need to go into C drive and go into the users, crossover, app data, local. Sorry, that's roaming. Roaming, Elden Ring, and change the graphics config. Some text edit, and we'll just change this to 1920 by 1080. All the resolutions, and then that's going to help a lot. That's going to load up the game in the correct size window. Okay, let's try that. If components height won't be great through parallels, yes. Let's see how the base M4 handles Elden Ring. Okay, that didn't work as intended, but let's see if I can get a full screen. That's better. Let's make this smaller. Okay, let's see if we can get the continue. So you've got an i5 MacBook Pro 2018 and an M1 MacBook Pro first. Yeah, it's probably worth waiting for the next Mac to come out, the next M5 Mac. Okay, so what graphics settings are we on here? I think we can probably afford to go medium. You need to go to the main menu. Mac Mini is good for LibreOffice. So there's medium 1080p. Can I run this at high? I wonder if I run this at high, because that's... So you're asking Tarkov. You can't play Tarkov except through Parallels. Oh, this looks really good, 1080p high graphics preset. So we can go outdoors. Let's go do some outdoor rolling around. Can you play Rocket League not on Mac? No. Now that they've added anti-cheat, you basically can't play that game on Wine anymore. It got sniped is an accurate way of putting it. We went from not being able to play this game at all, and then now it's like, feels like it's incredibly well optimized. Like at high settings, looks gorgeous. I'm gonna try going somewhere like Limgrave or something. It's a bit more familiar for a lot of people. I think things have improved a lot. Let's see if we can find a daytime. I want to find daytime. It's one of the two good deals at Apple, yeah. It'd be much better on the M4 Max, like literally 4 times faster. But I think probably if we put this down to medium, this would work better. I think better compromise if we go to medium. Hello, Nur Mohammed Shikalga. This is the base M4 model. Let's try it in 1080p medium, okay? Because I think this is going to give the best balance of performance. What about Super Mario Odyssey? Yeah, that'll work fine. It works. I've tested it on the base L1 MacBook Air back in the day. What about ray tracing? I'm not going to turn on ray tracing on this because Windows gaming on a Mac is already compromised, and then if you're going to add ray tracing into the mix, then it's just not going to end very well, is it? Oh no. This guy killed me so many times back in the day. Ow. This guy's kicking my ass. Oof. Epic. Ray tracing performs poorly except on everyday cards. Yeah, performs poorly pretty much in every game I've tested on. Have I tried to beat the game? Yeah, I'm like halfway through, I think, the base game. So I'm still very far away from being able to beat this game. So I've played quite a lot since I started testing on the Mac. It's such a pretty game. I can't believe they built such a huge open world. I'm super impressed with the level of detail of this. Okay, let's try something different now. An Elden Ring. What are the good Windows games work well? Do a bit of Red Dead. Okay, let's try this out. Your brother was trying to get a $400 mini PC. I told him it's a terrible idea. I never use my card. Rust doesn't run that well on a Mac Mini, to be fair, but it would run terribly on a $400 Mac Mini. I think runs miles better than what he would have gotten. Yeah, that's true. $400 is not enough for a computer. Okay, graphics. It's at 1920. Okay, good. It's kind of low settings. Let's continue the story of where we were. It's taking a while to load up, isn't it? Well, this is like taking its time, isn't it? Does DualSense Advanced Haptics work when playing? I think they work. So it has like a lot of trigger support for games in Cyberpunk, um, Death Stranding. I think it works. Come on, man. What's happening here? It might be because I'm running this from a NAS, but it shouldn't take this long. Let's try this again. Okay, let's try this again. Well, I might need to install it locally. But I haven't had issues with this before. The only thing I do not like about RDR PC is the 4 different launcher screens it has to go through. Yeah, it's very annoying. Thank you. You bought a small but really strong portable fan for. Did you do the thermal pad mod? Because that helps like a ton. I can't believe how much that helps. Okay, I'm having issues with this. I don't understand what's going on here. Okay, we'll try a different game. Okay, we'll try something else. Let's try. Do the pragmatic demo. Hmm. I didn't have any issues with this running in this in the past. Also, the full game should be fine too. That's weird. I might need to nuke the bottle. Maybe that's a good idea, nuke the bottle. Let's nuke the bottle and then start again. Because I think something's gone wrong here. Because it shouldn't have taken that long to get into that. So if we just start like from scratch with Steam. I wouldn't worry about the warranty. I did a thermal pad mod on the M5 MacBook Air, and I've returned it successfully. I removed the thermal pad mod first. If you just if you ever have a warranty repair, just take off the thermal pad, and then no one will ever know that you even opened it up. It's almost impossible to tell. So I've done the thermal pad mod, and Apple has accepted it, refunded the money back to me already. So I think that the risk is almost zero. Because by the time you get it comes out of warranty, you'll be used it for half a year already. I haven't tried Metal Duck. Let's try this demo again, because I'm pretty sure it's some kind of like relatively minor issue. Here in Brazil, MacBook Air is like a small fortune. So even so, I'm not giving it a chance. It's okay if I use it for PSD emulation most of the time. Yeah. PCSX is pretty good. I'm impressed how my MacBook Air 13 is good for gaming. 16 gigs is good for gaming. Do not buy it for that, but it's good. Yeah, even better than, potentially even better than this. Yeah, see, now it's loading. So, sometimes the bottle itself something goes wrong with it. I started using Emulator with your videos in the Mac Mini M1 8GB 2 years ago. Really good content. Thanks.
Helpful, brother. Hey! You gonna help?
1 second.
Diana! I need your hack in here! Nope! More of them?
Pragmata runs really well.
Take that! How you like this? Glad that's over with.
Me too.
So what were you working on?
That's a secret. I'll tell you later.
First, we get the power on. Let's move.
Let's just start from the beginning again.
First, we get the power on. Let's move. Don't look now. We got company.
You really sure you work here?
What? This is my fault? Yeah, let's do this.
Okay, that's Pragmata. Works pretty good. So these are like pretty recent games. I wonder what else is quite recent. If I look at my library, I'm trying to find stuff that's recent. Games I've recently added. Yeah, recent. A lot of stuff's come out since, since I made my M4 Mac video. Do you recommend Astros over Rubing? Is it better or more stable? It seems better, especially with the asynchronous shader compilation. It looks pretty good. It seems like it seems way more polished and way more Mac focused, whereas Rubing is multi-platform. I want to try something called Limbus Company because somebody thinks. I should delete some of these things I just don't need anymore. So scheduled update notice. I know other games I could try. Control. Doom. What else is good to try out? Let me see what else is popular on Steam right now. So apparently Rogue Core is working, but there's issues in actual multiplayer levels. Mhm. Okay. Can you have some wood? Well, wonder why it takes such a long time just to reserve space. Maybe if I delete some things on this Mac, let me just try and find. Um, there's a good app called Grind Perspective, which helps you to figure out where data is being. Oh my god, the Wuthering Waves is taking up so much space, even though I've deleted it. Even though I deleted it, it's using about a huge chunk of my storage. That's Cyberpunk. This is when I installed Doom. Oof, that's used up a lot of space. So now I've got way more space free. Some purgeable space. Okay, it's finally downloading. Zero Parades is out. So this is the new Zero Parades for Dead Spies. This is the new kind of this new Disco Elysium like game. Zero Parades. That hub is interesting, yeah. It's pretty good. It allows me to keep these NVMe drives. And it works pretty well. So these two, this is a new game that's come out today, Zero Project. I meant to cover this as well. So just want to, show that M4 Mac is still capable of running new games. Manga Key, if you have a question, then go ahead, ask away. To get Devil May Cry 5 working on a Mac, you need to use CX Patcher and add GStreamer support because the skills videos will break. CX Patcher. So you need to use CX Patcher and download GStreamer through CX Patcher. So you need to use Crossover, and then you need to use CX Patcher. And then you use there's a GStreamer option before you patch Crossover. GStream, yeah. It contains the correct video codecs, which Crossover can't distribute. Oh, there's a new Vampire Survivors game. It's called Warhammer Survivors. That's quite cool. Oh, Mechanicus 2 is out. You don't need any virtual machines to run it. You just bought a used M2 Pro to replace it and pair it with a used Dell UltraSharp. You don't need any virtual machines to run it. Oh, Mechanicus 2 is out. New strategy game. Because the first Mechanicus was a Mac game. Maybe I'll try this one out too. Mechanicus 2 is out. And it has no Mac port, which is a shame. I'm not sure what's taking so long to download this because it shouldn't take that long. Okay, you have an M4. I mean, it runs on the M1, so it should be fine. On the M4, even lower. Yeah, just type in CX Patcher into Google and you'll find it all there. CX Patcher. There's a GitHub right here, and you want Itala Mandara. This is it. CX patcher right there. Just gonna hit the toilet and I'll go. Okay, I'm really done. There's tons of tutorials on how to get CX patcher working. So I have no idea what Limbus Company is actually, because I just saw it on SteamDB, and it just seems like a very popular game. I don't understand what it is exactly. It's some kind of gacha title. I think what I'm going to do is actually just play a different game. I think this will install a lot faster. Actually, Mechanicus could install faster too. Your GTA plans to do on emulation with the Mac Mini M2 Pro, and it was better than I expected. The Mini will fly with Lightroom and Photoshop work. Let me quit out of this because I think it's just taking forever. Why is it taking so long? Let's load up Steam again. WindROS should work on an M4, but you kind of lack a bit of RAM for it. You kind of need more RAM. From what I remember, it used quite a lot when I was running it on my M3 Max, so you need quite a lot of memory. I'm gonna try and install all these games locally, actually. So let's try this again. Let's try this. Have these just go faster. I tested the Bind M2 Pro, maybe. This is how fast it should be going. Okay, so let's try running a game. We haven't run a game for a while. Zero parades. Okay, let's play. So this is a brand new game that came out today, just now. So no one's actually tested whether this runs on a Mac or not. Crossover is pretty good these days, so I'm surprised if it doesn't work. So this is the new Disco Elysium publisher game. So they fired all of the original developers, the creators behind Disco Elysium, but they have put this game together through here. It's like a spiritual successor type thing. This on high settings. Charismatic, kinetic. This is the same, was similar to where's this action skill? Okay, let's begin.
I once knew a spy. She was brilliant, erratic. Her friends called her Herschel, but to her controllers, she was Cascade.
Your name and your cryptonym. A dead limb twitching.
She made the cardinal error of our kind. She mistook her assets for friends. In the Portofino 91, the whole sick crew. A disaster untold.
The memory hums, an exposed wire.
Reports of how it went down remain contested, inconclusive.
Most certain it began with phone
All
call.
that's certain, it began with a phone call. Some say she blew the network herself. Others, the rest just shake their... She was recalled. They put her... Even in those dark... 5 years passed. Because I asked them. There is a new assignment. No one special. But before that, I was like you. Right here. In an armchair in a safe house above... This is a dangerous place. Because...
My anxiety's gone up a lot.
Things around. For you. Would you like to hear it? Whatever happens has already...
Oh, this is cool. This is very much like Disco Elysium. I haven't really spent enough time doing it. Pseudopod, presume.
Displayed on the chair before you as a man. Alive, yet not alive. His eyes are fixed glassily on the ceiling. The pupils quiver like a faint. He's been like this since you walked in. Anything to the contrary should be marked down as a grip on... No response, no jolt, no tremor. All posts deserted.
Looks alive.
Your fingers detect a faint, steady pulse within the base. When in theatre, an operant must always prepare to be assassinated. Of course, it is better not to be killed. You can see no final note or message around him. And more, maybe he learned he was to be paired with the storied operant Cascade. The man's eyes glisten. Bright red veins blossom around their edges. If so, he will have to become something else in time. However he ended up...
Oh, my
like
anxiety's
this,
gone up to 10
the
already.
result is this. Your double didn't notice your... Following the cord from the unconscious. Through the translucent view panel, you see a single red disc loaded in place. On the face, you don't recognize the artist. So is the disc.
So you don't know how to get
Brief
GStream
internal
applications
hum.
to Super
Then
and
the
how to link to
disc
download
slides
stream and you know what
halfway out of the
version to
machine.
download. Just follow one of my
You
old
remove the red
tutorials.
disc and crimson flashes within its casing as the disc picks up. The static quiets as you reset the vault. A brief internal hum. You remove the red disc as you turn away.
And leave.
The small table has been turned. The small label in the top left. The folder opens with a whoosh. The name Will Kershaw. Cryptonym Cascade. Born childhood. Bourgeois typical. History of student radicalism. In short, born capitalist. Reborn communist. Medical record. History of dissociative episodes and reckless action. Gun. The bullet nozzle. Sexuality, homosexual tendencies, suicide risk minimal. As our moral statisticians are repeatedly instructed, suicide. End of list. There's another page behind. A tingle in your fingers. Your head grows lighter as you approach. In just a few words, the worst failure of your life. Previous assignment, Portofino. Most recent assignment, aka the or very occasionally. The folder shuts it. You turn away from the desk. You pick up the phone. The handset vibrates in your palm. A peculiar, half a world away. A familiar.
Please tell me you have good news.
The voice of all fun. Don't let her down. Become.
You're doing something to your voice. Enough fooling around. Puts you.
You glance over at the man in the chair. This is wrong. You shouldn't be here. It takes all your concentration to keep the receiver steady against your. For a moment, no.
Has he been zeroed out?
Eliminated, killed, rendered inoperant.
I'll ask one more time. Is your double?
You've reached your anxiety limit.
You must speak the word. Once you say it, there's no go.
Cascade. Is your double zero? Yes, you do. Right. I wonder which it is.
She's wondering how.
The opera's going to hang me. Listen to
Okay.
me. This is.
So that is 0 parade, so it just works. Okay, let's try what's the other game called? Nimbus. Yeah, let's try installing Nimbus Company again. I'll install it locally this time, should be a lot faster. It's ability to connect PC displays to modern Macs by DisplayPort or HDMI. DP give it should be the same. Up to DisplayPort is just capable of higher resolutions, but even HDMI 2.1 can do like 5K 60, 5K 120, I think. So you don't need much more than that. It's only if you want to go 8K or above, you probably want a DisplayPort cable, but you don't even need it. Doesn't you don't need it. Macs by default have just they just have HDMI. And just Apple to allow M chip game. handhelds for third parties. There's no way Apple would ever allow third parties to use Apple tech. It just defeats the whole purpose of everything. Any chance of Apple? There's no way that Apple would license their hardware. I mean, they need every single chip they can to sell more Apple stuff, and it's all about the ecosystems and everything. So, you know, it's a whole battle of the ecosystems, and Apple's not going to lose control. It'd be really bad PR for, you know, a company to have like, oh, this is an M series chip. But mhm. Yeah, so one will try Mechabellum as well, because that's a new one. And then we might try Subnautica 2 as well. You need to re-download Steam after installed. You should create a new bottle in CX Patcher with the CX Patch bottle, so that will work better than if you. So yes, basically reinstall Steam. My tip for crossover users is to install crossover games outside of the bottle, so that if you delete a bottle, then you can put it back in again. It's quite easy to do. Just when you can create a new Steam storage area outside of the bottle, just better. Because like earlier, I had an issue running the game, running Pragmata demo, right? I had an issue running the Pragmata demo, and then I just deleted Steam, reinstalled it, and then I didn't re-download the game because that'd be a waste of time. Because I just relinked the Steam library, the Windows Steam library. Okay, I've never played Limbus Company before.
이제 알았어? 뛰어봤자 벼룩이라는 걸.
엄밀히 따져보면 스승님이 하려는 게 도시에 아무도 시도할 생각조차 어라?
그 사이에
아무래도 저 대가리
체크. 뭐야? 이제
늑대
우린 가르치.
그렇지만
사자. 얼굴을 보고 싶었는데 그렇군. 자연히.
그럼
그래.
애가 무슨 소리야?
I'm just gonna change the
설마 뒤에다가 추적자들을 달고 온 거야?
if I change the default display to make the it'll look smoother here.
아니, 쫓아올 자는
짐승 소리가 아니야. 버스.
저런 게
조난당한
여전히 내 눈이 틀림없다면 당신은 영광의 항구에 이르겠지. 어두운 숲에서. 하지만 당신. 그래요. 이제 그 너의 별을. 걱정하지 이것으로 상태. 이제
blah.
정말
사과.
뭐
불쌍하게
습격은 순. 우리는 당신. 그런 대답을 시간도 없.
Just trying to be mysterious.
맞아요. 진정해요. 지금은 눈앞
시계
뭘 명령?
최선을.
It's very pretentious naming. Faust Heathcliff. Having issues with the way that I can't seem to drag my mouse further down. I'm just quit out of this again.
이제 알았어?
아무도 어라?
그 사이에 머리를 갈아 끼웠군.
There's a skip button here.
뭐야?
늑대
우린 가르치.
그렇지만
사자.
Parallels is sale now.
얼굴을 보고 싶.
Yeah. I've just made a Parallels video, so you can check out
자연.
me running Parallels on a MacBook Neo.
아니, 쫓아올 자는 아무.
짐승 소리가 아니야. 버스.
저런 게
조난당한
여전히 어두운 숲에서. 하지만 당신. 그래요. 이제 그 형 너의 별.
East Asian games anyway. Korean games, Japanese games, a lot of Chinese games as well.
이제 저희 잘 부탁드려. 정말
사과 하나.
Let's get through this.
뭐
불쌍하게 나뒹굴고
습격은 순수. 우리는 당신. 그런 대답을 시간도 없. 맞아요. 진정해요. 지금은 눈앞.
시계
뭘 명령?
최선을.
Okay, so do combat. So my mouse was like stuck bounded within a window, so don't full screen this first. My mouse is still bounded in. I can't press the want to get to that.
행동을 개시합니다.
So it's like this weird bounding box. Which one? Can I full screen this now? My mouse is still stuck. If I do this, then I can actually reach the menu button here.
어느 순간 나는 그저 달리는 걸 멈췄고 스스로를 이 버스에 유폐시켰어.
Let me just look this up actually. There must be like a thing that happens in this. I'm reading up about if there's an issue. Can I try Ghostwire Tokyo? Maybe. Get us to work. Okay, I'll try this again later on my other Mac. Okay, let's try some. There's a couple more like big Windows games that have just come out I wanted to try today. The other one's called Mechabellum. Let me quit out of this and something's gone wrong here. It might be my Steam, actually. Let me just load a Limbus company again because I think there's this thing where it doesn't want that that thing to go to the right. Something's gone wrong here with the Windows settings. I'll just restart. What is Ghostwire Tokyo? What is that game? Or is it a sequel to a game? Okay, let's try this again. Let's try. Just checking in. Have a nice day. Are you maybe time for a bit of walking? I can't put my treadmill down because I set up my camera to take a B-roll for this video, so I can't actually do any walking. Although I've done plenty of walking today already, to be fair. Let's try this guy, Nimbus Company. So once it's downloaded, we'll press it.
이제 알았어? 뛰어봤자 벼룩이라는.
아무도 어라?
그 사이에 머리를 갈아.
뭐야?
늑대.
우린
그렇지만
사자. 얼굴을 보고. 자연.
그럼
그래.
내가
짐승 소리.
저런 게.
조난당한
여전히 어두운 숲. 하지만 그래요. 이제 그 형상을 되뇌면서 제가 하는 말을 마음으로 외치세요.
이해가 되지 않는. 맞아.
이건 이상하다.
다들 장난. 이겨준다는 말. 그리고 비장의 수
라기보단
I actually have no idea how to play this game. Like, how am I supposed to get to the
베르.
It's interesting, like, all these different gacha guys. I can't believe there's like 40 or 50,000 people playing this game right now.
규정이라면 따르겠습니다.
저기 질문이 있네. 첫 번째 규칙은 이해했다네.
참. 아니 그걸 왜 굳이 나서서 물어보는 거야?
해보기는 할게요. 안 되면 어쩔 수 없지만요.
좋은 전략.
지금이 기회입니다.
Is this an auto battle?
행동을 개시합니다.
순조로운 전략, 좋은 전략입니다. 좋은 전략입니다. 늘 새롭다니까요.
무슨 일인가요, 관리자님? 행동을 개시합니다.
순조로운 전략입니다. 늘 새롭다니까요. 좋은 전략입니다.
Okay.
지금이 기회입니다.
규정대로.
Okay, so that's Limb that's Limber's company. Finally got it working. Okay, what else can we do? Okay, the Mechabellum. Mechanicus, or was that? So we've done Zero Parades, Mechanicus 2. Okay, there's Runners, Mechanicus 2, D2D Metal. Okay. Medium graphics settings, 1080p. DirectX 11 game, so it's not even too bad. Mechanicus.
Noble Magi of the Omnisynod, I have responded to your summons.
Warhammer is a cool IP. I mean, yes, they do give their license to everyone though. So, and I'm not sure who approved of 2 different Warhammer games being released on the same day. I think I might turn this down to lower settings.
Negus Faustinius, a force.
Oh, this is not running well on this Mac. Let's like put this graphics settings even lower. I'll put this down to like 720p. Eat another 5 frames per second out of this.
Onwards, hesitate. Machine God's will. Bless our weapons and curse our foes. Stand intolerant.
Oh, so it's a turn-based combat game. Okay, so that's Mechanicus. I'm not going to play too much of this. And there's another one I want to try today, which is the Warhammer Survivors. I think it's got a demo. So I remember Vampire Survivors, I think it's made the same developer, right? They also had, I think that had a Mac port, but I'm not sure if this Mac port's going to work here. No, the Warhammer game is nuts. Oh, Ponkel, yeah, Ponkel's the company. Oh, they've got classic Warhammer and new Warhammer. Oh, I'm a Space Marine. That's so funny. I've only got chainsaw. It's so funny that this game exists. Oh great, there's a boss and I'm dead. That was quick. Okay. Vampire Survivors demo works. And then the one game I was going to try next was Subnautica 2 because I think that's going to be my last game of the day, I think. Okay, I think last game of the day, Subnautica 2. So I tried this on the M3 Max and it seemed to be fine. Subnautica 2, I think it needs a bit more heft, so I'm not sure the 16 gigabytes of memory is going to be enough. Okay, what's happening here? Forgot we have to make some changes to the Steam bottle. You know, I'm probably not going to do this. Now I need to take a break. And I've been streaming for a long time. So 5 hours later, we are done. So thank you very much, everyone, for joining in the stream with me today. I'm going to call it a day here, but it's been really good getting this up and running. So thank you very much. I'm going to be putting together an M4 Mac Mini video in 2026. And thank you very much, and I'll see you in the next video. Okay, bye, everyone. Good night.